Kí Nàìjíríà ó lè tẹ̀síwájú, ogun ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí ti tó. Ká gbàgbé ìjà ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà, Haúsá, Ìgbò pẹ̀lú Yorùbá. Ṣé láṣàjọjì ìjà òmìnira? Òmìnira ni a tún mára wọn jà. Èdìrẹ ogun èṣù gbé kájọ gbé. Bóyá kájọ gbé. Kémi gbé. Bóyá kájọ gbé. Kémi.
Welcome back to our program. Happy Independence Day. As I said, I have explained what has happened before Nigeria got her independence, October 1st, 1960. As I said, that Nigeria had been in contact with Europeans as far back as 15th century. Before we got our independence, there are some people who fought for this. The history have it on record that the Saturi rebellion in Sokoto occurred in about 1905. In Yoruba land, the Ishain and Adubi rising also in the western Nigeria in 1916 and 1918, they agitated for independence. The Abba women's rights also happened in 1929, and in 1945 general strike by the workers and the strike by the Enugu coal mineral and our nationalists. like Awolowo, Tafabalewa, Azikwe, Enahoro, Chief Remi, Fani Kayode, and some other prominent Nigerians, and Sir Ahmadu Bello. They are among people who fought for independence. They all went through a lot of trouble, rising against the power of colonial British government. As I said earlier, Nigerian leaders persuaded the British that Nigeria had a good chance of surviving as a united nation, and Nigeria obtained political independence, but economic independence compounded problems for young nation, as I said, which is Nigeria. Many of the Hausa Fulani Muslims opposed the independence from Britain. Yorubas and Igbos were not happy with these motives, but in the end, Nigeria attained independence on October 1st in 1960, which we marked October 1, 2020. We attained our independence, and the power was given to late Abubakar Tababalewa of the MPC, Northern People's Congress, as Prime Minister. And Nnamdi Azikiwe of NCNC became Governor General when Nigeria became a republic. That was 1963. Now, Nigeria 60 years ago was a country whose value system was very, very high and respected. People appreciated the dignity of labor, but the problem of leadership and politics still remain. Nigeria during the colonial era was a country where people have an affinity for a worthy cause, and the corruption was very, very low. Discipline, regardless of tribe and religion, was appreciated. The British colonial masters, they made Nigeria appreciate the value of discipline, as I said. But after the independence of 1960 to the present moment, all those values had vanished due to bad leadership, tribalism, nepotism. Nigerian military leaders and civilian leaders, they have seized the opportunity they had to steal public fund and enrich themselves with public fund. The Nigerian politicians, they have failed Nigerians. Nigeria is a great nation, but poor human rights. Extrajudicial killings, illegal detention, rape of female detainees, and violation of electoral rights. Nigeria has natural resources more than many nations of the world. She's a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. But due to bad leadership and corrupt government officials, many of our citizens cannot afford 3 square meal in a day. Nigeria is at the very bottom ladder of development. As I said, Sir George Goody, Godi, the original name for this man is George Dashwood Tubman. This man sold Nigeria to the British colonial masters. As I said, he sold Nigeria 865,000 pounds. This man was born on the 20 May 1846 near Douglas, and he died on the 20 August 1925. He sold Nigeria to the British colonial master. Now, if we look back into we look back to 60 years of Britain's colonial rule in Nigeria, we reflected and characterized some of the frequent reclassifying of different regions for administrative purpose, and then we shall discover that British colonialism began under the pretense of policy, the policy of slave trade. But Britain outlawed slavery in 1807, and the push for forms of legitimate commerce, such as palm oil and cotton, and also to develop the internal infrastructure to facilitate this in our country. And the British had made connections with the Sokoto Caliphate that time, and they respect our culture, because they knew that we have different culture, different language, we have different belief that time. And as I said, that so fortunately we attained our independence October 1st, 1960. As I said, that there are some of the achievements we have achieved. If we look into the developments that we have so far in our country, let us look into Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Let us look into Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was born uh, in Bauchi, December in 1912, to Malam Yakubu and Ajia Fatima Inna. Tafawa Balewa was an important leader in the formation of the Organization of African Union, and he contributed to Nigerian independence. And Tafawa Balewa was the leader of Northern People's Congress, MPC, as I told you, and he was the first federal prime minister in Nigeria between 1957 to 1966. Balewa was both a defender of Northern special interest, and also he was a teacher by profession, and he was one of the first Northern Nigerians to be sent to London University, who studied in London. That was in 1945, and he returned back to Nigeria in 1946, and he was elected to the House of Assembly of the Northern Region. And also in 1947, the record states that he was one of his 5 representatives to the Central Legislative Council in Lagos, and also he was re-elected to the Assembly again in 1951. From 1952, Tafawa Balewa served in the federal government, and he was Minister of Works, and then that was 1950. And also this man is one of the leaders in the northern parts in Nigeria. When he was in government, he had his powers. He used his power positively for the development of Nigeria. Tafawa Balewa was a great leader in Nigeria. Due to the first coup in Nigeria, and he was killed on 15 January 1966 in the Nigerian first coup. May Almighty Allah rest his soul, eternal peace. Kí Olúwa kó bá wa foríjì, Ọlọ́run kó bá wa kẹ́ Tafawa Balewa. Once again, happy Independence Day. Now we shall look into Sir Nnamdi Azikiwe. We shall look into his profile as well for record. Nnamdi Azikiwe also was one of the great leaders in Nigeria. He was the leader of National Council of Nigeria and Cameroon (NCNC), and Zik was born on 16 November 1904. 1904. So that time when Lord Lugard was amalgamating the tribes together, so this man was just 10 years old because he was born in 1904. Azikiwe was first and only indigenous Governor General of Nigeria in 1962 in 1963. And first president of Federal Republic of Nigeria from 1963 to 1966. Zik was a very potent force in the achievement of Nigerian independence in 1960. He contributed all his ability and his power, and he was regarded in Nigeria as a great orator, and also he excelled in politics, in journalism and authorship, because he authored many books before he died. He received his university education in the United States of America. He attended Columbia University, Pennsylvania University, and that is where he studied anthropology, economics, and political science. He also studied journalism as well. He was a great journalist, and he was one of the nationalists in Nigeria. After he finished his courses, he returned back to Nigeria in 1937. And he established his own newspaper called West African Pilot. His aim was just to achieve political independence and social, cultural and economic transformation in Nigeria. Azikiwe, he believed in dialogue. And he spoke all the three of Nigerians' major languages: Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. He spoke these three languages fluently, and he played a great role in Nigerian library and African universities on education. So he was a great leader. Nnamdi Azikiwe died on 11 May 1996. May Almighty God rest his soul in peace. These are some of our great leaders in Nigeria. Tó já sí pé a ò lè gbàgbé wọn láéláé. Kí Olúwa kó bá wa kẹ́ wọn. We shall look into another one of our great leaders in Nigeria who have contributed to the development of our great nation in Nigeria. Those who fought for our independence that we are celebrating, those who believe in unity, those who believe in working together, because they believe that division can never contribute to the development of our nation. Division can never solve our problem in Nigeria. Let us look into profile of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Chief Obafemi Awolowo he was born 6 March 1909. So he was just 5 years old when Lord Lugard was amalgamating the regions together in our country. Awolowo was one of the nationalists. Awolowo was the first leader of government business in Nigeria, and also he was Minister of Local Government and Finance and first Premier of Western Region under Nigeria's parliamentary system between 1952 and 1959. Awolowo also was opposition leader in the federal parliament to the Tafawa Balewa government from 1959 to 1963. Awolowo was a Nigerian political leader, and also he authored many books as well, like Namda Zikiwe. Awolowo, who was a great leader, also participated in Nigeria's independence struggle against the British rule. Awolowo can be described as a national hero of modern Nigeria because he is remembered for his national ideas, social, economic reforms, and also he contributed to the development of our great nation called Nigeria. Awolowo, he studied law and obtained a bachelor's degree, and he got his law degree from London. After he returned back to Nigeria, he was one of the great leaders who fought for independence movements, and also he established many organizations and supported many unions in Nigeria, and he was the leader of Action Group AG, that is political party, and he became Premier of Western Region under the platform of AG. Due to some crisis, and also there are some organizations that they protested against the British, and some other people governed our nation that time. So he was arrested many times and imprisoned. uh, for many offenses against the government that time. And Awolowo he achieved a lot. I will mention but few among his achievements. When Awolowo was Federal Commissioner for Finance, he initiated the name of the currency that Nigeria will have, which we have today. Because between 1967 to 1971, we have Naira. Naira, that is the currency of Nigeria, and that Naira was introduced by Awolowo. And Naira was introduced January 1st officially in 1973 to replace British pounds. This is a great achievement. That is, Awolowo discovered Naira. And Naira, what is Naira? Naira means brilliant, and also Naira can be termed as something bright or light. Awolowo, due to his contribution and development in Nigeria, he contested against Alhaji Shehu Shagari in 1979, but he was defeated. But due to his contributions, Alhaji late Shehu Shagari conferred and honored him as Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR. And this is how Awolowo became first and the only non-president to be honored in recognition of his contributions towards the service and development of Nigeria. Awolowo is well recognized till today. Awolowo was recognized as political leader of Yoruba people of Nigeria, and also Awolowo was founder the Nigerian Tribune. That is Nigeria, one of the Nigeria dailies. He established the Nigerian Tribune with the aim of achieving the Nigerian independence, like Azikiwe as well. Awolowo, he founded Action Group to move the motion for Nigeria independence, and also how Nigeria can obtain internal self-government. That was they started all these activities in 1957. Among his achievements, the University of Ile-Ife was renamed Obafemi Awolowo University on the 12th May 1987 in honor of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And Awolowo, he was from Ikenne, He was from Ikenne, and in 1944 we have it on record that he also studied commerce and also achieved a degree, and that was a correspondence course. Awolowo can never be forgotten. Awolowo shall be remembered because of his great achievements. Awolowo, he authored many books. Among his books, autobiography and autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and also thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution, on the Nigerian Civil War. Lára àwọn achievement ni Awolowo in 1959 started the first television station in Africa, WNTV, and it was a great achievement for Obafemi Awolowo. Ilé ayé fúngbà díẹ̀ ni Sancho Neku. Obafemi Awolowo died on the 9th May 1987 in his home in Ikenne. May Almighty God continue to bless his soul. May his soul rest in peace. Nínú àwọn great leader wa nìyí tí wọ́n jẹ́ akọni, when we return back to our self-government, and I have mentioned that Sir Frederick Lord Lugard ruled between 1914 to 1919. Then Clifford ruled from 1919 to 1925. Creamer Thompson ruled from 1925 to 1933. Donald Cameron ruled from 1933 to 1935. Bernard Bodilon ruled from 1935 to 1943. Arthur Richard ruled from 1943 to 48. John Mafanson ruled from 48 to 1958, while James Robertson ruled as Governor General from 1958 to 1960. That was era of white men who ruled Nigeria. Then Nigerian leaders who ruled Nigeria after the independence. I have mentioned Alhaji Tafawa Balewa, who was elected as Prime Minister between 1957 to 1960. He was commander of the Order of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe became the Governor General between 1960 to 1966. Then after in 1966 there was a coup, first coup in Nigeria. So ọ̀rọ̀ kúkú yìí òun ló ṣe sábàbí tí Tafawa Balewa tó fi jáde láyé. Tafawa Balewa was killed. Tafawa Balewa was killed in the 1966 coup. Coup yìí ló terminate Tafawa Balewa. And then when Tafawa Balewa was killed, Major General Johnson Aguiyi became Nigerian head of state January 15, 1966. Who is Aguiyi? This is Irunsi. General Johnson Thomas Aguiyi was born on the 3rd of March 1924. He was the first Nigerian Army general who was the first head of state in Nigeria. He joined Nigerian Army at the age of 18. At the age of 18, he joined iṣẹ́ ológun, and Aguiyi headed the Nigerian contingent force of the United Nations operation in the Congo between 1961 and 1962, and also he was military attaché to the Nigerian High Commission in London, United Kingdom. And Aguiyi who aided in coup suppression efforts in the south. He was trained in England as a military man, and upon his return he worked with John Mafansi. Èyí tí mo ti sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ fún wa lára àwọn òyìnbó tí ó rúlù wá nígbà tí a fi ṣe ìjọba àwọn òyìnbó. Rí arákùnrin yìí, Aguiyi, he served as the leader of the 5th Battalion of the Nigerian Army in 1960, and also he ruled Nigeria for just 194 days because they killed Tafawa Balewa and some others, and the northerners were not happy because they think because he was an Igbo man, he killed northern man. This is where tribalism began. The northerners think that they have to revenge, and then another coup. They set up another coup, and then Aguiyi was killed in July 1966. The new coup that terminated his life was regarded as a counter coup by northern Nigerian soldiers. That was how he was killed. The reason why he was killed, some of the records state that he he said he's ready to fight corruption, and also is planning to arrest some of the ministers and some people that they work under Tababalewa, and that is how he was killed. Al-Ilory was killed July 1966. So after he was killed, among the soldiers, they appointed another new leader who will drive the seat of power to continue ruling us in Nigeria. That is how Yakubu Gowon came. And Yakubu Gowon, this man you are watching is Abacha. Abacha also worked that time under Yakubu Gowon, and when Gowon became head of state, some of the people among the northerners agitated that Gowon was Fulani. So some say because he was from Plateau State, some say no, he's not a Fulani man. Then they complain about Yakubu Gowon that he may not be a good leader, but some people said Gowon will be a good leader because he fought for Nigeria during the some of the other activities and the war that Nigeria supported in some other countries in Africa. That was what happened that time. And when people think that Gowon cannot rule the nation, some of the British who rule us intervene, and they allow Gowon to continue to rule Nigeria. I will bring Gowon's picture later. Gowon became Nigeria head of state. Yakubu Gowon became the head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces between 29 July 1966 till 29 July in 1975. What are the achievements of the Yakubu Gowon? As I said in the beginning, that there are some achievements that we have achieved so far. It may not be to the high expectation of Nigerians. Gowon was trained at Royal Military Academy in the United Kingdom. Gowon, according to the record, was born 19 October 1934, and he became head of state in 1966 after the killing of Al-Ilory, and he ruled during the Nigerian Civil War, which resulted in the death of more than 3 million people who lost their lives in Biafra War. Ètò wáyé between 1967 to 1970. General Yakubu Gowon became Nigeria's military ruler at a very critical period because Nigeria was just 6 years old, and Gowon became head of state at the age of 31. Due to the various tensions orchestrated by the different ethnic groups in the multi-ethnic state, as I said, that Igbos, Yorubas, and Hausa, they started seeing themselves that they are from different background. Because when Al-Ilory was killed, Igbo people were very, very angry, and Hausa people were not happy with Igbo because the Igbos killed Tafawa Balewa. And then during that time, by the time the war came to an end in 1970, Gowon confronted with many various nation-building challenges, such as governance, ethnicity, democracy. How can we tackle all the challenges that we have faced from 1960 to 1966? And Gowon introduced many programs, and it designed program that may turn Nigeria into development with different policy. And many of the soldiers and some of the junior army worked under Al-Ilory were not happy with the new government, that is Gowon, and so many problems manifested. And then Yakubu Gowon, some of the achievements that we had during Gowon, Yakubu Gowon, he created more states. He created more states into 12. Yakubu Gowon created northwestern states. He created northeastern states, north central states, Kano state, Benue state, Plateau state, Kwara state, Western state, Lagos state, mid-western states, rivers, Cross River, and Bende. This is one of the achievements during the Gowon's government. And the Nigerian Civil War, known as Nigerian Biafra War, was a bloody conflict within the the tribes in Nigeria, because as I said earlier that Igbo, they believe that they have to carve out of Nigeria another country which will be known as Biafra, and they have been working on this for many years before the war broke in 1967. And then, as I said, I told you that the Hausa Fulani in the north and Yoruba in the southwest and in Igbo in the southeast. So we have three tribes. So on the 15th January 1966, that was when Igbo launched that coup, which terminated the life of Dauda Awwal. All these trigger Biafra war because the northerners, they revenged by killing Al-Ilory. So Al-Ilory raised for agitation for Biafra because the Igbo, they believed that as they dominated some of the part in some Hausa Fulani land, many of them also opposed the independence from Britain, and when they opposed this, then the some of the people who saw them as antagonists for the independence, so they believe that they are enemies of the nation. Then anger over the murder of prominent Hausa politician, that was Dauda Awwal, led to the massacre of scattered Igbo population in the northern Hausa Fulani regions. Less than 2 months after Biafra declared their independence, diplomatic efforts to resolve the crisis fell apart, and the federal government in Lagos launched the full invasion into Biafra, and Nigerian army surrounded with many people who, among the soldiers, who were very, very good in fighting against this. And that was how Nigeria Navy also established a sea blockade that denied the Igbo people food, medical supplies, and also they blocked them in getting the weapon. All this had impact in their people, and many of them lost their lives due to starvation. And later Biafra stood firm, refusing to surrender in the face of overwhelming Nigerian military superiority. And then Nigeria army continued to take their territory back, and later Biafra surrendered when the military commander, General Emeka Ojukwu, fled to Cote d'Ivoire. Nigeria lost many Nigerians during this bloody civil war from 1967 to 1970. And Gowon, these are one of the challenges Gowon faced during his government. Ìdí nìyí tó fi já sí pé Gowon ó fèsì ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ problem after diplomatic effort by Nigeria, because Nigeria failed to reunite the country, and there was a war between Nigeria and Biafra, and Ojukwu's forces made some initial advances. All this created more setback to our country because of the problem and all those challenges that we faced. The Northerners had several meetings, and they concluded secretly that they have to change the government again. They have to change the government again. And then Yakubu Gowon was in Kampala for OAU meeting. That was how his deputy, which was General Muritala Rahmat Mohammed, overthrew the government, and Muritala overthrown and he became Nigeria head of state again. Muritala was from Kano. He was born 8 November 1938. That was how Muritala Rahmat Mohammed also became one of the Nigeria head of state. Muritala Rahmat Muhammad, he was from Kano. When Gowon was attending an OAU summit in Kampala, some of the group of officers led by General Garuba announced his overthrow, and the coup plotters appointed Brigadier Muritala Rahmat Mohammed as head of state, and Brigadier Olusegun Obasanjo was appointed as his deputy. Ìgbà yẹn ni wọ́n yan Ọbásanjọ́ kó jẹ́ deputy Muritala. Ìgbà tí Muritala wà ńbẹ̀, what are the achievements during the Muritala? Muritala Rahmat Mohammed became head of state on the 29th July 1975, and Muritala took federal control of the country's two largest newspaper, Daily Times and New Nigeria, and Muritala became Nigeria's fourth head of state, and also he came to power and he promised Nigerians' development. Within 198 days he spent in his office, Nigeria achieved a lot with his activities, which he strategized before he was killed. Muritala mounted the saddle of leadership in Nigeria, and as I said, that he was also killed February 13, 1976. But before he was killed, he promised that Nigeria will review the administration of Yakubu Gowon, and he shall review all those military governors who worked under Yakubu Gowon. He reorganized the structure of the federal government into 3 organs. He established the Supreme Military Council, National Council of State, and Federal Executive Council. And he promised to review the political program, and he set up panels on how new states will be created, and also how can we return back to civilian rule by October 1st, 1979. Within short days, Muritala appointed a 50-man constitution committee, 50 man to set up how they can draft some of the constitution. The committee was headed by Chief Rotimi Williams, and he hammered on the new constitution for the country, that we have to change our constitution, and he promised that Nigeria will have more states, and we had 12 before, and Muritala created more, and then during his time we have 19 states. Muritala created 7 more states. He created Bauchi, Benue, Borno, Imo, Niger, Ogun, and Ondo within short period. Within short period to rule, and he promised that Abuja will be new Nigeria Federal Capital Territory, and he set up the committee to look into that. He appointed Justice Akinola Aguda to head the committee on that. And on the 3rd in 1976, that was 10 days before he was killed, he made an announcement that federal capital will be moved to federal territory near Abuja, and he sacked more than 10,000 public officials and employees, and he organized, he appointed some committee who work on the health care for Nigerians, and how can we tackle malpractice or corruption in the government in Nigeria. Within a short period, Muritala also operated the new system of government, and 12 of 25 ministerial posts on the new Federal Executive Council went to civilians. And also he set up how they can control the media, then also how the journalists will be given the right, that is freedom of press. And also he plan how they can review national development in Nigeria, and also he plan how can we review our internal affairs and foreign affairs. And Muritala achieved a lot when he was in power, but Muritala was assassinated on February 13, 1976. Muritala set off for work along his usual route on George Street. Around 8 a.m., his Mercedes car traveled slowly along the traffic near Federal Secretariat at Ikoyi, and a group of soldiers which led by Dimka emerged from adjacent petrol station, ambushed the vehicle, and that is how Muritala Rahmat Muhammad was killed. May Almighty Allah rest him in peace. Now you can see how Nigerians started killing Nigerians. tó ẹ̀jẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń pa yìí, ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn yóò máa ránrò nínú ìlú, ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn ránrò nínú ìlú wa. When Muritala was killed, his deputy, that is Olusegun Obasanjo was forced to become new Nigeria head of state. That was how Olusegun Obasanjo became Nigeria head of state. General Olusegun Obasanjo was called after the assassination of late General Muritala Rahmat Muhammad. During his time, kí àwọn achievement Olusegun Obasanjo, kí ni àwọn achievement bàbá yìí? Obasanjo, he was born 5th March 1937 in Abeokuta. Abeokuta ni wọ́n ti bí bàbá yìí. When Obasanjo was in government, he introduced Operation Feed the Nation, and a festival of arts and culture known as Festac was also introduced in 1977, and he handed power to the elected president on the 1st of October in 1979. That is Alhaji Aliyu Shehu Shagari, because Muritala has promised that we shall return to civilian governments. The reason why they respect Obasanjo internationally today, that is the secret. Because the British, Americans, they are monitoring our activities. Because Muritala has promised, and Obasanjo had opportunity to become head of state. He kept the promise. He fulfilled the promise, and Obasanjo handed power to the civilian government. So when Obasanjo handed power to Shagari, the world was surprised, and they saw Obasanjo as a good man. They respect his character, and that is how they respect Obasanjo. Obasanjo was respected, that he handed power to this man. Chief Obafemi Awolowo contested against Shagari, who was Yoruba, and this man was from Sokoto, a Fulani man, and Obasanjo is a Yoruba man, and they respected him for handling power over to Aliyu Shagari in 1979. They respect Obasanjo wípé ó ń gbé ìjọba kalẹ̀. Mò ń bọ̀.
ọmọ ìyá kan náà ṣàlàjẹ ìjà ló dé torí lòwe. nípa ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú wa èyí ló kó bá gbogbo wa wà ló kó bá ọrọ̀ ajé wa.
orí tó máa lè jẹ́ kí ìjà máa wà ìjàmbá ti tó kábàárì àbúyá.
orí àwọn ọmọ wa tí wọ́n lẹ́yìn kí la fẹ́ sọ pé àgbélé ayé ṣe gbé kájọ gbé bóyá kájọ gbé bóyá kémi gbé bóyá kájọ gbé bóyá kémi gbé Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ní kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sí òmíràn tí a lè lọ àjò lè dàbí ilé ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan gbé kémi gbé.
Yes! My brothers and sisters, all that you I don't care attitude no be amor. You say which one concern you? Make you think the thing well. Because I do wait check out few days out. So make I tell you whether you be Yoruba, Hausa or Igbo, all are the same 10 and 10 pence. Now him make we go join hands together, make we country better. No say I no tell you. Yes, sir. Samarin Nigeria, Mutaga Nigeria, Yamaka Nigeria, Mutaga Nigeria, Muhaka Hanumo, Mutaga Nigeria, Nigeria, Namu, Nigeria. we need time, oh. Come, make we lift Nigeria up.
No place where be like our home. Oh, sweet home. Make me journey and think alive. Please take a leave.
As I said, Obasanjo is one of the respected leaders in Nigeria. I told those people who are agitating for YAR'ADUA nation, before that program can be succeeded, they have to involve Obasanjo and some other Yoruba prominent leaders, because Obasanjo kìí ṣe èèyàn kékeré, kìí ṣe ẹni tí ẹ lè kó yẹ̀ kéré lórí any program tí a bá fẹ́ ṣe. I promise that I will bring Yakubu Gowon's picture for record. This is Yakubu Gowon. General Yakubu Gowon, he ruled between 29 July 1966 till 29 July 1975. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n pa Àgúìròsì tán ni ìrònú dé. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí Yakubu Gowon tó lọ sí Kampala, tó lọ submit OAU report wa, Muritala ó gbàjọba lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn Babangida náà ṣe ṣègbà tíjà àgbọn lọ sí Maka. Lẹ́yìn Gowon, after Gowon, Muritala came. After Muritala, then Obasanjo came. After the assassination of Muritala, 13 February 1976, Obasanjo came. Then after Obasanjo, Shagari came. Alhaji Ali Shehu Shagari, he came. Let us look into achievements. As I said, there are some of our leaders, some of them, they have achievements tí a lè tọ́ka sí. Muritala created 12 states. Gowon created 12 states. Muritala created 19. All these are part of our achievement. Owó ni wọ́n ṣàfi create ẹ̀. Àwọn owó tá à ń rí níbi epo àti kòkó. Alhaji late Alhaji Shehu Aliyu Shagari, born 1925 to Magaji Shagari in Sokoto State. Sokoto ni wọ́n ti bí eléyìí. Shehu Shagari ó ti ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n ti rúlù orílẹ̀-èdè wa sẹ́yìn kó tó di pé ó di head of state. If you check record, you will see that Shehu Shagari got elected to his first public office as a member of the parliament in 1954. He represented Sokoto West at the Federal House of Representatives, and also he worked as permanent secretary to the late Tafawa Balewa, the first Prime Minister of Nigeria, who served in office from October 1st in 1960 till January 15, 1966. Before he became Nigeria head of state, or before he became Nigerian president, civilian president, Shehu Shagari served in the role of federal minister for 7 times. 7 times in the served. In 1978, Shehu Shagari was one of the founding members of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN. In 1979, Shagari was chosen by the party as the presidential candidate for general election, and he won. He defeated Chief Obafemi Awolowo and he became president in 1979. Shagari government, most of the ministers worked under Shagari. They corrupt, they embezzled public fund and enriched themselves with the public fund. When Shehu Shagari was in government, he issued illegal immigrants among the Ghanaians and some other country to leave Nigeria. He said or they will be arrested. That was 1983, and over 1 million Ghanaians, they left Nigeria. That was when they started mentioning Ghana must go. Ghana must go back. The bag they used to pack their stuff. That time. What are the corruption tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ìgbà tí Shagari tó fi ń rúùlù? À ń bọ̀ wá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ corruption tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan, but a kò fẹ́ sọ àwọn achievement wo ni a ní. During the Shagari's government, Shagari cut down on government spending to lessen the gravity of economic difficulty tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nigeria. The problem with a drop in oil price, deepening financial crisis in Shagari's government, and also allegation of corruption under Shagari's government led to another military coup, because some other military officers set up another coup, and which terminated the seat of power of Ali Shagari. That is when we have Buhari àti Ìdí-Àgbọn. But according to the record, we have it on record that Buhari was not part of the coup plotters, and they appointed him to head the government after the Shagari's government was terminated, and Major General Muhammadu Buhari and Ìdí-Àgbọn took the power. So this change in power also produced Second Republic in Nigeria under the Shagari, which lasted from October 1, 1979 to December 31, 1983. When the military came again, Shagari was arrested. He was released in 1986. In 1986, in one release, Shagari and Alhaji Aliyu Shagari on the 28th December 2018 he died. Shagari died 28th December 2018. May Almighty Allah rest his soul, eternal peace. After Shagari tried his best for the development of Federal Capital Territory, and it was overthrown, as I said. And then General Muhammad Buhari became head of state and became commander-in-chief of the armed forces from December 31, 1983 till August 27, 1985. Shagari and Idiagbon, they introduced war against indiscipline, known as Y. He also contributed to the economic development of Nigeria during that time. Babangida was third in command. Buhari was head of state, while Idiagbon was second in command. And Nigeria will never forget Babatunde Idiagbon. General Babatunde Idiagbon, this man, he contributed to the success of Buhari's government. Tunde Idiagbon, General Babatunde Idiagbon Abdulibaki, he was born 14 September 1943 to Malam Hassan Dogo, a Fulani man who died in 1978. He was a cattle merchant in Oruago ní Ifelodun local government ní Kwara State. Ọmọ Ìlọrin ní Ìdíàgbọn. Tunde Ìdíàgbọn served as the 6th Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarter and second in command under the military head of state General Muhammadu Buhari between 1983 and 1985. Tunde Idiagbon was a celebrated soldier, an accomplished statesman, a remarkable political figure who served as the Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Idiagbon was an effective second in command to Muhammadu Buhari, and as I said, he was a Fulani. Was a Fulani man born in Al-Ilory, and Idiagbon, he started his life with his father. He assisted his father in tending cattle. As a young boy, following cattle around Igomina settlements ní ìgbà yẹn. And this man was regarded as a no-nonsense military man. Some believe that maybe because he came from Idiagbon, because Agbon is very hard. So Idiagbon, he respects himself, and he respects his pride when he was in government. General Idiagbon, he worked for the two by struggling to be educated when he was young, and then he worked hard. He hawked water across the city before he graduated from school, and he served as the national president, Nigeria Union he served under somebody who was national president of Nigeria, journalist at that time. That man was called, I think, Michael Asaju that time. And Idiagbon, according to the record, he attended Al-Ilory United School ní Ilorin, and the school was founded by Ilorin Emirate Descendant Progressive Union (IEDPU) for his primary education between 1950 and 1952. Idiagbon proceeded to Okesuna Senior Primary School ní Ilorin and graduated in 1957. Idiagbon was enlisted as an officer into Nigerian Army and commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1965. And he was trained at the Pakistani Military Academy and badged a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics. And Idiagbon also obtained a university degree while he was in the military service. In 1976, Idiagbon also attended Command and Staff College. And Idiagbon also studied in the United States, where he obtained an international defense management diploma, and also distinguished member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. Idiagbon tí à ń wò yìí, Idiagbon, a brave man and gallant soldier, Mr. No Nonsense, lẹ̀ ń wò yìí. Nigeria ò ní gbàgbé Idiagbon nígbà tó wà ń bẹ̀. Ó gbìyànjú ìjọba Nigeria sit right. Idiagbon became captain in 1968 during the bloody Nigeria Civil War. In 1971, he was promoted to the rank of major, and in 1974, he became lieutenant colonel. He was decorated with the rank of a full colonel in 1978. nígbà yẹn ni bàbá rẹ̀ jáde láyé, and he was elevated to the rank of brigadier general. Idi Agbon was the commander 4th Battalion of Nigeria Army from August 1965 to February 1966, and also he was the sector commanding officer 20 Battalion from October 1967 to February 1968. And also served in the same capacity at the 125 Battalion from 1968 to 1970. As a result of the military involvement in the political administration of Nigeria, Idi Agbon he became second in command in December 31, 1983. Idi Agbon was appointed as General Staff Officer Grade 1, Principal Staff Officer later, and also Idi Agbon was appointed as military administrator of the old Borno state. Idi Agbon achieved. In 1979, Idi Agbon was the Director, Manpower and Planning, Army Headquarters, till February 1981. Between 81 and 83, he was Military Secretary, Army. Position tó wà nìyí títí tí wọ́n fi overthrow ìjọba àwọn Shagari. Buhari respect Idi Agbon. He do really respect this man, and Nigerians generally they respect Idi Agbon. Tí ìbá ṣe ikú ikú mú olóore lọ èèyàn rẹ̀, igi tó tọ́ kì í pẹ́ nígbó. Àwọn èèyàn fẹ́ irú Idi Agbon yìí kó tún padà wá rúlu orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, ṣùgbọ́n kò ṣeé ṣe mọ́ torí pé Idi Agbon died on 24 March 1999. Náà ni Idi Agbon dágbére fáyé. Idi Agbon ó ti lọ. Nàìjíríà wọn ò ní gbàgbé Idi Agbon. Nàìjíríà ò ní gbàgbé Idi Agbon láéláé. Kọ́lọ́run dẹ̀lẹ̀ fún èèyàn rẹ̀. Now, after Idi Agbon, Buhari, General Ibrahim Babangida became first military president on August 27, 1985. And he left August 26, 1993. Babangida òun ló overthrow ìjọba Buhari àti Idi Agbon due to some reasons. He said the reason why they change the government ni wípé àwọn Idi Agbon tí wọ́n ti le jù, bóyá torí tó ń jẹ́ Idi Agbon ló jẹ́ kó le koko bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. And General Ibrahim Babangida òun ni igbá kẹta nígbà tí àwọn Idi Agbon àti Buhari wà lórí oyè, Babangida ni wọ́n fi ṣe igbá kẹta. Ṣùgbọ́n bó ṣe jẹ́ igbá kẹta, lòun náà ti ń wò ó báwo lòun ò ṣe ní rule Nigeria as head of state. Torí pé n tó lọ fún gan ni bọ́n ṣe ń ṣe kúùpù, gbogbo kúùpù tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láti 1966 kò sí tí Babangida ò sí ń bẹ̀. Báwo lòun ò ṣe ní ṣe kúùpù fúnra òun kó wọ́n the head of state. So Babangida changed the Buhari Diagon's government and he became military president. He was the first person to use military president tí a gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ rí Nàìjíríà. A ó fẹ́ sọ ọ̀sọ̀ rẹ̀ dálágbádá, ó fẹ́ kí àwọn ológun ọmọ rule, then later òun náà ní lẹ́mìí láti di civilian president. Babangida introduced SAP and two political party nígbà tó wà ń bẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ June 12, 1993 presidential election was annulled on 23 June 1993. Ìyẹn Babangida. Who is Babangida? Babangida, General Ibrahim Babangida was born 17 August 1941, popularly known as IBB. Kìí ṣe ìyà kékeré lẹ̀ ń wò yìí. Babangida joined Nigeria Army on the 10 December 1962 and attended Nigerian Military Training College, now Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. Babangida received his commission as a second lieutenant as a regular combatant officer in the Royal Nigerian Army. Babangida kìí ṣe ènìyàn kékeré. He attended the younger officers course at the Royal Armoured Center in the United Kingdom, where he received instruction in gunnery and the Saladin armored car. In 1968, he became commander of the 44 Infantry Battalion, which was involved in heavy fighting within Biafra territory. During an operation from Enugu to Umuahia, the battalion came under heavy enemy fire and Babangida was shot on his leg. He still carries the bullets. The bullet shrapnel, which he has refused to remove. Kìíní yẹn ó ṣe rán bàbá yìí títí di sìn àwọn tí wọ́n ja ìjà Biafra. Those former Nigerian presidents who witnessed what happened during the Biafra war will never support division of any tribes in Nigeria. That is why Babangida, General Olusegun Obasanjo, Muhammadu Buhari will never support any agitation which will bring another division in Nigeria. That is the secret. It will be very hard for all those people agitating for Biafra or Yoruba nation or this and that. They have to work hard, which I don't think it will work, because the Americans and British will never support any division which will cause another civil war in Nigeria. Babangida attended several defense and strategy courses And between 1972 to 1973, he attended Advanced Armored Officer course at the United States. And from 1977, January to July 1977, he attended the Senior Officers course at the Armed Forces Command and Staff College. From 1979 to 1980, he attended the Senior Executive course at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies. Babangida, he became second lieutenant in 1963, lieutenant in 1966, captain in 1968, major in 1970, lieutenant colonel in 1970, colonel in 1973, brigadier general in 1979, major general in 1983, and general in 1987. Babangida was involved in many coup plotting in Nigeria, and many soldiers attempted to change his government as well, and they failed because he is a strategic. He is very, very good in the area of strategic planning for coup. That is why all those people who attempted to change his government, they failed. In 1983, Brigadier General Babangida participated in the overthrow of the Second Republic. The coup, with financial backing from Moshood Abiola, which brought General Muhammadu Buhari to power. So Babangida was promoted and made as a chief of staff. In 1985, General Babangida orchestrated a palace coup, hosted General Muhammadu Buhari, as I said. That is how Babangida di orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria. In 1989, when he was in government, Babangida started making plans for the transition to the Third Nigerian Republic. He legalized the formation of the political party and formed the two political systems with the Social Democratic Party (SDP) and the National Republican Convention (NRC) ahead of 1992 general election. Between 83 and 85, Nigeria suffered an economic crisis, and you see where the problem came up. So Nigeria faced many challenges from 1960 till today. That is why we have problem. Babangida launched Structural Adjustment Program (SAP) with the support of the International Monetary Fund (IMF) and the World Bank to restructure the Nigerian economy. And during that time, Babangida introduced many programs to improve the Nigeria economy and also development. So Babangida established many agencies. Babangida established National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA). This is one of the achievements of Babangida. Babangida established National Directorate of Employment (NDE). Babangida established establishment of better life program for rural women. Babangida established Raw Material Research Council. He established Federal Road Safety Commission. Tí wọ́n ṣì wà títí dè ní. Babangida established National Productivity Center. Babangida established Center for Democratic Studies. Babangida introduced economic diplomacy. Babangida established civil service reforms. Babangida created new local governments in Nigeria. Babangida created 136 local government councils. Babangida introduced export processing zone. Babangida created presidency, Asu Rock, a big presidential villa in Abuja. Babangida introduced political transition program, as I said. On the 27th August 1991, Babangida created Abia State, Enugu State, Delta State, Jigawa State, Kebbi State, Osun State, Kogi State, Taraba State, and Yobe State. These are part of our achievements in Nigeria. These are part of our achievements in Nigeria. Babangida also introduced primary health care. Babangida introduced technical aid corps. Babangida introduced the regulation of finance and money market. Babangida introduced national orientation movement. Babangida introduced private broadcasting. That is when Nigerians have opportunity to establish their own radio station, television station, newspaper. But later, the media used all this against him. Babangida established National Electoral Commission, NEC. Later, they changed it to INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission. Babangida introduced Nigerian Exports Promotion Council. He introduced Technical Committee on Privatization and Commercialization. Babangida introduced National Guard. Babangida introduced National Small Farmers Credit Program. Babangida introduced Nigeria Exports Import Banks. Babangida introduced Federal Environment Protection Agency. Babangida introduced National Planning Commission. Babangida introduced National Women's Commission. Babangida introduced Urban Development Bank. Babangida introduced enactment of the copyright law and establishment of Copyright Council. Babangida also contributed to the development of national infrastructure. He constructed the Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos. Third Mainland Bridge. Babangida ló gbé owó rẹ̀ lẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi ṣe the largest bridge on the continent at that time. His administration also saw the completion of dualizing of Kaduna-Kano Highway. Babangida also completed the Shiroro hydroelectric power station. Babangida also built Toja Bridge in Kebbi State and also created the Jibia water treatment plant and Chalawa Dam ní ìlú Kano. On the 23rd September 1987, that is when Babangida created Akwa Ibom and Katsina. A rí wípé our leaders, some of our leaders who have ruled, they have some achievements which are part of our development in Nigeria today. We have to look into some of their achievements and appreciate them. Then Babangida also created many institutions. Babangida created Department of State Services (DSS). He created National Intelligence Agency (NIA). He created Defense Intelligence Agency (DIA). He created Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Babangida established modern universities and academics. He established Oil Mineral Producing Area Development Commission and Federal Environment Protection Agency. After Babangida, a rí pé àwọn tí wọ́n dé lẹ́yìn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan tó achieve yìí ó fẹ́ ṣe díẹ̀ kárí but some other area tí a máa tún look into nǹkan tí Babangida ṣe tí kò dáa tí àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ complain lórí ẹ̀, the killing of a journalist, the killing of Dele Giwa, the killing of a journalist by a letter bomb. People suspected, they alleged that Dele Giwa was killed during Babangida's administration at his house in 1986. And this issue remained a controversial incident till today. Babangida also contributed to the how Nigeria returned to civil self-government, and he contributed to the success of Olusegun Obasanjo, who became Nigerian president in 1999. Obasanjo also confirmed that in the media that Babangida contributed to his success. Babangida in 1998, Babangida, as I said, so he was instrumental in the transition to democracy, which they are enjoying. Babangida is one of the founders of People's Democratic Party (PDP). Babangida Owambe, may Almighty Allah continue to be with him, and kí Olúwa kó fún ní àlàáfíà, torí pé níta bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn statesmen àbáwọn tí wọ́n rúlò wa, ní gbàgbé Ibrahim Babangida. Ibrahim Babangida ó ṣì wà láyé, Babangida, he stepped aside. In August 26, 1993. The pressure was too much on him that he stepped down so that Hamani civilian governments. And Babangida introduced Chief Ernest Shonekan. Shonekan was appointed as the head of interim national government on 26 August 1993. They brought Shonekan and Babangida left the government and he resigned. Shoneka was born on the 9 May 1936 in Ogun State, Abeokuta. He's a lawyer and also he's a businessman. So Babangida appointed him as interim president of Nigeria, but people did not ask that ìjọba fìdí ẹ̀ fún ta ni. Later ló yé àwọn èèyàn ẹni tó fìdí ẹ̀ ìjọba fún. Later ló yé àwọn èèyàn. Shoneka, his roles and activities in governance, he faced many challenges within the 82 days tó fi rúlu ìlú wa. His contribution to nation building as well, he managed political crisis during his tenure because that time people said that because he is from Abeokuta and June 12 has been annulled, why Shoneka refused to help his brother MKO Abiola to become president. So all these pressures ó pọ̀ lórí ẹ̀, and he managed the political crisis at that time as head of interim national government. Shoneka, he attended CMS Grammar School in Lagos, and also he studied at University of London, where he obtained LLB degree in law. He graduated in 1962. When he returned, he joined legal department of the United African Company UAC. Ní ìgbà yẹn, he transferred his skill and political leadership when chosen as the head of interim government. But Abacha came, and Abacha came to power on 17 November 1993. Because when Babangida left, he appointed Abacha to work with Shoneka as chief of defense staff, but with a plan that Abacha will overthrow Shoneka, because Abacha has contributed a lot into Babangida's life. And also Abacha has been part of the people who run the government, and also he was part of coup-plotters. He worked closely with Babangida. Babangida decided to help him. That is why he appointed him to work with Shoneka, so that he himself will use that opportunity to become president before he died. And then, indeed, General Sani Abacha overthrew Shoneka's government, and he became another Nigerian head of state, 17 November 1993. And he forced Shoneka to resign. But he set up a committee, Vision 2020, and he appointed Shoneka to chair that committee in compensation to what they have done to him. Abacha, when he came, he dissolved the executive of Nupeng, Pengasan and NLC. over strike action, and he announced fuel price. That time the petrol per liter will be 11 naira. 11 naira. Say 11 naira. Listen. Diesel was 9 naira. Kerosene was 6 naira. And fuel oil was £7 per liter. So October 1996, another 6 new states were created by Sani Abacha, and that is how Nigeria state became 36 states. So he introduced multi-party system, and he promised to hand over to the elected president by October 1998. Abacha àlàyé tó ṣe nìyí àti àwọn nǹkan tó promise, but láì mọ̀ wípé òun máa kú. Abacha died June 8, 1998. While Kude Abiola also was murdered June 4, 1998. So 4 days síra wọn ni ọ̀rọ̀ eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀. General Sani Abacha òun náà jẹ́ kan lára àwọn leader wa tá a lè gbàgbé Sani Abacha. Sani Abacha was born in Kano, 20 September 1943. He became chief of staff between 1985 and 1990. He worked with General Ibrahim Babangida. He was chief of defense 1990 to 1993 and minister of defense 1993. Ìyẹn fún Ṣónẹ́kàn kó tó di pé ó gba ìjọba lọ́wọ́ yẹn. What are the achievements of General Sani Abacha? As I said, some of the past leaders in Nigeria, they have some achievements. Abacha, he received his military training at Nigeria and also in Britain, and he contributed to the development of peace during the Biafra War, and also he achieved the rank of brigadier when he assisted Ibrahim Babangida in overthrowing Shehu Shagari, who had elected to his second presidential term, 1983. And Abacha appointed Muhammadu Buhari as the chairman of PTF that time, and Abacha supported Economic Community of West Africa, ECOWAS, and also ECOWAS Monitoring Group, ECOMOG, where Abacha restored democracy in Liberia and in Sierra Leone as well, when there was a crisis in that two countries. Abacha restored peace. Abacha, it was on record that he participated fully in the 1966 coup, counter coup, which led to the death of General Awwal. This may not be part of his achievement, but as military career, it it may be one of his achievements that they changed the government. The military career, as they are changing the government, they appointed themselves into top position, and he never had a non-military appointment on his career until he became Minister of Defense 1990. Babangida appointed nígbà yẹn. Abacha he built the largest estate in West Africa, referred to Warimpa estate in Abuja, and he organized a counter coup to overthrow the military government of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Mo ṣe sọ nígbà tí Ahmed Tijan Kaba tí wọ́n overthrow ẹ̀, so ní Sierra Leone 1998 Abacha assisted Tijan Kaba. In 1990 General Babangida was overthrown by Gideon Oka while Abacha was on a visit to Ibadan. When this happened, Abacha supposed to be running for his life, but instead he organized a counter coup and came back to Lagos and went straight to the Dodon Barrack at Obalende, the presidential home of General Babangida, and succeeded in defeating Oka's team and finally rescued General Babangida and brought him back to power. That was the reason Babangida assisted Abacha. Abacha was first Nigerian to ever become a full 4-star general while he was not a leader of the country. He was known as a man of few words, kì í sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀, much action. Ní ìgbà tó wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀, Abacha jailed MKO Abiola in 1994. Ìtàn ò ní gbàgbé. MKO Abiola died July 7, 1998, and Abacha died June 8, 1998. Oṣù kan síra ara wọn ni. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí nǹkan tó lè dogun ni, ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ó ń ṣọ́ wa. God rescue Nigeria, and Nigeria is a great country. Tí Olúwa tó ń ṣọ́ wa, Olúwa ń ṣọ́ wa. Abacha, it was on record that Abacha, they said that he looted Nigerian public fund, but Nigerians asking Nigerian government and past leaders, all those money they recovered from Abacha loots, what do they use the money for? No answer, no concrete response to this question till today. Nigeria has received or recovered about $4.6 billion, allegedly looted from Nigeria Treasury between 1998 to 2020. Or between 1993 to 1998, that was when Abacha ruled. The move to recover the fund started in 1998 when Abubakar Absalam was government. Abacha's family, they returned $750 million to Abubakar Absalam. No accountability for this money. Then when Obasanjo became Nigerian president in 1999, he requested from Abacha's family to return Nigeria's money within their family, and they returned about $1 billion to the federal government April 2002 in a deal which involved the Swiss Federal Office of Justice. Where are those money? So the money has been looted. So why blame Abacha that he stole public fund? The money has been looted again. Year 2000, during the Olusegun Obasanjo's government, Switzerland government returned $64 million to the Nigerian federal government during Obasanjo. What do they use the money for? No accountability. 2002, during Obasanjo, $1.2 billion was returned again to Obasanjo by the Abacha family. Then 2003, Abacha's family and the government of Switzerland also, they returned about $160 million to Olusegun Obasanjo. 2003, another $88 million was returned back to the federal government from Switzerland. No accountability. 2005, $461 million returned to Olusegun Obasanjo's government from Switzerland. Then, during the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan 2014, $227 million was returned to Jonathan's government. No accountability for this money. 2018, during this present government, Muhammadu Buhari's government, $322 million returned to Buhari's government from Switzerland. No accountability for this money. Nigerians have the right to ask, what do they use all this money for? If the money has been used, so they have to give the reports to Nigerians so that they will know that the money has not been looted. 2020, $308 million also was returned back from United States of America to Buhari's government. Ipe lára owó Abacha tí ó fi pamọ́ òun nìyí. But no accountability for this. All these contributed more poverty to Nigeria because the leaders Nigeria has had, they use the opportunity to enrich themselves with the public fund and all the return looted money to the Nigerian government by the European and the Americans. This is very sad. This is very sad. That is why some people are saying that, what are we celebrating? Because all this money, they can use this money to transform the education. They can use this money to build a classical World Hospital. They can use this money to introduce child benefits. They can use this money to introduce work allowances for job seekers. They can use this money to transform our security and to reform the police, to reform many agencies in Nigeria. It is very, very sad. Abacha died June 8, 1998, and General Abubakar Abusalami became new head of state in Nigeria. Abubakar Abusalami Oma Minani, he was born 13 June 1942 in Mina. He succeeded General Sani Abacha upon his death. During his leadership, Nigeria adopted a modified version of 1979 Constitution, which provided for multi-party election. And within a short period, T. Abubakar Salam to fi rule. So the looted money tí wọ́n ní Abacha loot, $750 million was returned to him by Abacha family. Abacha's family wọ́n fún lówó but kò ṣe àlàyé bó ti ṣe owó yìí tóun náà tó fi lọ. As I said, that Babangida was one of the founding members of PDP. So when he introduced, Abubakar Salam worked with Babangida and General Olusegun Obasanjo and some other top government officials and top politicians, how they will transfer power to civilian governments. And then they organized the election. Obasanjo joined PDP, and then he won, and the power was transferred to President elect. That was Obasanjo. Obasanjo was elected, and the power was given to him May 29, 1999. So Obasanjo to the head of state padà after 20 years to the rule. Obasanjo to the head of state padà. Abubakar Absalami from 1998 to 1999 lòun fi rule. He commanded Nigeria's contingent of United Nations peacekeeping troops in Lebanon in 1981. 1980, he was a senior officer, and in 1993 was named Defense Chief of Staff by General Sani Abacha. He worked with Sani Abacha before he died, and he really tried his capacity ní ìgbà tí òun náà wà ń bẹ̀. Abubakar Absalami ìtàn sọ fún wa pé èdè kan wáyé láàrin wọn àti Abacha k'Abacha tó kú, tí wọ́n ní orúkọ rẹ̀ wà láwọn tí wọ́n bá pa lórí ọ̀rọ̀ kúkú kan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ tí wọ́n ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tí kì í ṣe kúkú gidi, ṣùgbọ́n Oríyọmí làbá máa pe Sàlámì, orí ìyá rẹ̀ yọ torí pé tàbájọ́ bá kú ìtàn tá à ń sọ yìí kọ́ látún máa sọ. Abubakar Abdulsalami ó gbéjọba kalẹ̀ fún Olúṣẹ́gun Ọbásanjọ́, and then General Olúṣẹ́gun Ọbásanjọ́ Àrẹ̀mú Matthew Òkìkíọlá was the winner of 27 February 1999 election. Abubakar Abdulsalam handed power to Obasanjo May 29, 1999. Obasanjo ó tún di ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria after 20 years. Bàbá padà wá. Obasanjo là ń wò yìí. Kí ni achievement Obasanjo? Kí ni achievement Ọbásanjọ́ ní àárín ọdún mẹ́jọ tó tún rúùlù? Ọbásanjọ́ was born 5 March 1937 ní Abẹ́òkúta, as I said. Ọbásanjọ́ became Nigerian head of state from 1976 to 1979, then president from 1999 to 2007. Òun lọ bí ọdún méjìlá àbí mọ́kànlá tí bàbá yìí fi rúlu Nàìjíríà. Nígbà tí bàbá kọ́kọ́ débẹ̀, Ọbásanjọ́ he knew that Nigeria is corrupt and top government officials they have embezzled public fund. And when Obasanjo became president, he set up EFCC, he set up ICPC, tí ó máa investigate the economic crime. And Obasanjo set up the commission to work against corruption in Nigeria. Ǹjẹ́ Obasanjo yẹn wá corrupt àbí kò corrupt? Nigeria received an entire debt relief nígbà tí Obasanjo wà ń bẹ̀, about $18 billion. That is 60% write-off in returning for a $12.4 billion repayment of arrears. Ní ìgbà yẹn, everybody was so happy. Baba really tried for this. Everybody was so happy for the debt relief. Obasanjo transited to a democratic government under Obasanjo after a long period of military rule. Torí pé àwọn sójà ti rúlu wa lóríṣiríṣi. Òun náà sójà ni ó wá ní alágbádá. Ó wá ní alágbádá. Nínú speech tí bàbá kà ní May 29, 1999, ó lóun máa fight, he will fight against corruption, and also he will introduce new system on security, on education, on power sector. Ṣùgbọ́n ọdún mẹ́jọ tí bàbá fi ṣèjọba, iná ọmọ tàn, security ó lágbára ní ìlú Nàìjíríà. Obasanjo, he decided to travel. He traveled to several Western countries to mobilize the support of the influential world leaders and also those people who can assist Nigeria. He traveled He had several meetings with those people behind the G8, United Nations, Commonwealth of Nations, African Union leaders. Ọbásanjọ́ ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ meeting pẹ̀lú wọn lórí pé kí Nàìjíríà lè bá ṣàṣeyọrí. The first achievements during Obasanjo regime is on communication, where he approved the company who brought the GSM project. Obasanjo approved it, whereby the individual can have their own mobile phone and network, all this and that, whereby the telephone people now know the importance and the value of telephone and communication. He approved the license for some companies at that time. That was when Global Adenuga also approved, and MTN, Nitel, some other network companies. So this was the first achievement or second achievement nígbà tí Ọbásanjọ́ wà ńbẹ̀. On electricity, we have it on record that Obasanjo claimed that he spent $16 billion on electricity in Nigeria. Buhari asked and challenged Obasanjo on this recently, that where is that light? During YAR'ADUA, he set up a committee for investigation how Obasanjo squandered $16 billion on electricity. But in the end, the committee and the results or report of the committee went under the carpet. Why? Because Obasanjo helped YAR'ADUA to become president. Any problem in Nigeria. That is why some people keep on asking that kini achievement wa. On foreign debts, Obasanjo performed excellent. On power sector, Obasanjo performed very, very poor. On education, very, very poor. On health sector, very poor. On aviation, very poor. Road and transport, very poor. Rail transport, very poor. Marine transport, very poor. Management of Niger Delta issues. Baba created a ministry, but in the end, most of the people Obasanjo gave money to, they embezzled the money. So no concrete result on that program. On water sector, very poor. On oil and gas, very poor, because Obasanjo appointed himself as a minister of petroleum. For good 8 years, Obasanjo controlled activities of NNPC. And on security, personal security, very poor. On postal services, Obasanjo worked hard on post office, and he really tried. We commended him on that. And on prison reform, very poor. Police reform, very poor. Armed forces and internal security, very good. Obasanjo tried his best on security, internal security. And on banking and finance, Obasanjo really tried, because that is when Nigerians enjoy ATM. Nigerians never knew that there is something called ATM card whereby you can withdraw your money within 24 hours from machine. Obasanjo introduced this. We commend you for this. On foreign investments, very good. Obasanjo really tried on this. He invited foreign investors to Nigeria, and many of them invested during Obasanjo. On tourism, very poor. On sports, very poor. Drug control, excellent. Obasanjo set up NAFDAC. That was when that amiable woman worked tirelessly, Dura Akwili. Kolonkobawa Ke. Obasanjo tried on drug control and human and child abuse. Obasanjo set up a committee on and an agency on human trafficking, excellent, and human rights record, very poor. Corruption rating, very poor. Despite Obasanjo established EFCC, later we discovered that Obasanjo used EFCC to arrest some of the enemies of his government and those people who opposed his government, because there are many people that Nigerians expected Obasanjo to arrest who have stole public funds, but EFCC could not do anything. EFCC power ends in courts. When they arrested somebody in the court, later you discover that the case went under the carpet. Although Obasanjo used EFCC to remove some of his governors, but that is politics matters. On foreign affairs, Obasanjo really tried on foreign affairs. He established a good relationship between Nigeria and foreign affairs issues. And unemployment, very poor. Poverty alleviation, very poor. Religious, very poor. These are the some of the achievements during Obasanjo. During Obasanjo said that when we asked him, I was one of those who asked him when we were working at National Assembly that time. There was a time we had a media chat where he answered questions. Many Nigerian journalists asked Obasanjo that why Obasanjo sold privatized many national assets in Nigeria. He said that Nigeria invested up to 800 billion naira in public enterprises and lost huge losses. So he designed a privatization program. Nigerian government have moved many of enterprises to the private sector. And Obasanjo said many of them that got a billion of naira, that is, they invested billions of naira on all those agencies without yielding much positive results. So government lost 300 million or 300 million US dollars on power supply by NEPA. So Obasanjo set up National Council for Privatization, whereby to privatize NEPA, NITEL, cement industry, refineries, Nigeria Airways, government banks, Nikon, LMA Petro, Chemical, Nigeria Steel Company, Ajaokuta Steel Company, Nigeria Mining Company, Daily Times, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, National Paper Manufacturing Company Limited, sugar companies, Niger Sugar Company, all these. So Obasanjo said 40% for investor, 40% for government, 20% for Nigerians. These are the things that happened during Obasanjo regime. And Obasanjo sold Ajaokuta Company to Global Steel Holding Company owned by Jimoh Ibrahim. He sold Port Harcourt Refinery to Blue Star owned by Femi Otedola. He sold Peugeot Automobile for Alhaji Sani Dauda. Obasanjo sold Nikon to Jimoh Ibrahim. He sold National Oil to Mike Adenuga. He sold Nitel to Transcorp. Benue Cement Company was sold to Aliko Dangote that time. And he himself used 500 billion to build his own private university. And he appointed himself as Minister of Petroleum for good 8 years. Àwọn nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyí, among his achievements, he set up EFCC, NAFDAC, NAPTIP, ICPC, NDIC, and the Petroleum Products Pricing Regulatory Agency. Obasanjo ló sẹ́ẹ̀tì gbogbo àwọn eléyìí ó wà nínú achievement Baba Olusegun Obasanjo. Among his legacy on communication, he deregulated communication industry, granting license to private full telephone operation or radio, National Telephone Network, and he granted license to national carrier license to Globacom, as I said, Econet, MTN, and also modernized NTA, Nigeria Television Authority, and Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. He donated equipment and fund, and also News Agency of Nigeria, NAN, has set up offices in London, New York. Obasanjo helped them, and they have about 24 state offices linked up with the head office through the internet communication. These are the achievements. During his regime, Obasanjo he tried his best lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà fún ọdún mẹ́jọ tí bàbá lò. Bàbá náà ṣì wà láyé, kí Olúwa kó wà pẹ̀lú wọn, kó fún wọn ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àlàáfíà. Before kí Ọbásanjọ́ tó lọ, Babangida collected a presidential form, but later he changed his mind and he supported YAR'ADUA. He told Obasanjo to support YAR'ADUA, and YAR'ADUA, they told YAR'ADUA to join PDP, and Alhaji Musa YAR'ADUA won the election, and then he became President Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria, May 29, 2007. He defeated Muhammadu Buhari and Atiku Abubakar. He died May 5, 2010, after the brief illness which tortured him for several years. Kó tó di pé ó dolóògbé. YAR'ADUA was born 16 August 1951 in Katsina. Ní Katsina ni wọ́n bí sí. YAR'ADUA, within short period from 2007 to 2010, he reduced the petrol pump price from 75 naira to 65 naira. He granted amnesty to Niger Delta militants, and he told them to withdraw all those arms, and he promised to help them, and he did. Implementation of 18,000 minimum wage. YAR'ADUA ṣiṣẹ́ lórí construction of the Kaduna-Abuja railway. YAR'ADUA started the project. Allocation of 10 billion worth of allocation to Lagos State local governments. After political differences between Olusegun Obasanjo and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and approval of River Niger projects, YAR'ADUA and YAR'ADUA also worked on electoral reform in Nigeria and judicial reform ní ìgbà yẹn before kó tó di pé ó dolóògbé. YAR'ADUA brought to end the militancy in the Niger Delta region, which he invited the militant to Aso Rock, and he promised them amnesty program, which he did, as I said. And YAR'ADUA reversed the fraudulent sale of Nigeria assets by Olusegun Obasanjo's government, which sold the national assets to Aliko Dangote, who bought one of the Nigerian refineries. YAR'ADUA returned his money and collected the national asset back. YAR'ADUA released 10 billion naira to help Lagos State, and YAR'ADUA initiated the River Niger Bank and Abuja Metro line and Abuja Kaduna Road, and he set up committee to review how Obasanjo spent $16 billion lórí ọ̀rọ̀ iná on the electricity, and Nigeria still complaining that there is no stability of electricity in Nigeria. Ṣe rí pé ìrìn àjò wa ó ti lọ, ìrìn àjò wa jìn, ṣe rí pé ọ̀nà wa jìn. YAR'ADUA set up committee lórí ọ̀rọ̀ iná, òun náà gbé owó mi kalẹ̀, but owó tó gbélẹ̀ wọ́n pín owó yẹn mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ni, kò sí àbáyọrí kan gidi kan tó yanrantí. Ẹ rí pé problem ti ń bọ̀ tipẹ́. That is why some people were asking, what are we celebrating? Nígbà tá a lówó, tá a ní nǹkan ọmọ olówó, tọmọ olówó wá ń jìyà, ọmọ olówó tí ń jẹ egun, ọmọ olówó tí ń wà kísà tí bàbá rẹ̀ sì ní owó, kí ló lè fà á? Ṣé kìí ṣe èpè àbí ẹ̀jẹ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n ti pa ló ń ṣépè fún ìlú Nàìjíríà? YAR'ADUA ó jáde láyé, nígbà tó jáde láyé, ó kú sí ìlú Saudi Arabia. Ó kú sí Saudi Arabia. Àwọn kan wọ́n ní kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kú sí, ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣáà jáde láyé ní May 5, 2010. Ẹni tó wá jẹ́ igbákejì rẹ̀ nígbà yẹn òun ni Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Ìgbà tí ó jáde láyé, so Jonathan ó di president. ń bọ̀.
America lost Germany, France lost Britain. Nation we know, and the suffer before. Sincerity lost hard work. Nine make them invest today.
Everybody want to come see the teaser. Brothers and sisters, make we no give up. If today be sad, tomorrow will get better. If today be sad, tomorrow will get better. That you do at the top, not you at the top. Make me lift up. Make me lift Nigeria. It's Nigeria, now we home. Making no Africa. No place where we like our home. Oh, sweet home. Make we join and take a life. Please take a lead.
Nigeria tó rògbìnrin ohun tó bàjẹ́ tún lè láti ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. The way forward na him be this.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
Whatever we sow na him we go reap.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
I beg you, live good in the spirit of brotherhood. Spirit away, oh ye spirit of segregation. Move away, oh ye spirit of nepotism. I beg you, please listen to me.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
The more we live together, together we shall be.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
Together we stand, divided we fall.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
If you are a leader, please show good example.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
Just like the Father will do to the Son.
Make we walk for better Nigeria.
After the death of Musa YAR'ADUA, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan became new Nigeria president. Jonathan became president and Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria, May 6, 2010. Jonathan Ebele was born on the 20th November in 1957, and when he was president, he tried his own best as well, and he himself also achieved what he can achieve. Because there are some problem on ground before he came. There are many problems on ground before YAR'ADUA came. There are many problems on ground before Obasanjo came. There are a lot of problems before Abdulsalam came. These are the reason why Nigeria is still crawling, and the problem, as I said, many of the leaders like YAR'ADUA, he came with 7-point agenda. He never achieved anything. Jonathan also came with plenty of agenda. Instead of focusing on only one agenda and work hard to achieve it. This is where the problem is. During Jonathan, we had many problems, security problem, Boko Haram, terrorists, and the Boko Haram began during the time of YAR'ADUA, and also they became more powerful, and then they have link with international terrorists, and beyond the power of Jonathan. Jonathan believed he is a civilian. The chief securities who worked under him was have strategic plan how Nigeria can solve the security problem on Boko Haram and some other security challenges when he was in the government. The Chibok secondary school girls who were kidnapped also created more problem to Jonathan's government, and the act of lesbian, gay, that Nigeria must adopt gay, lesbian, all these, and Jonathan refused, and the American government were not happy with this, and all this. He had problem with Obasanjo as well, who helped him before he became what he became. He offended Obasanjo, and Obasanjo promised that he will never win again, and he had problem with his boss. Within the PDP, that brought him as president, so many internal problem during his government. During Jonathan, Nigeria gross domestic product rose to about $503 billion in 2003, and that is the fact. And also it became Africa's largest economy and 26 in rank in the world, and also Nigeria became the #1 destination for foreign direct investment in Africa under Goodluck Jonathan, because the number rose from $24.9 million in 2007 and rose to over $35 billion 2014 when Jonathan was in government. And Jonathan government delivered over 25,000 kilometers of motorable federal roads from just a quarter of that number in 2011. And Jonathan built about 11 universities, and he built Al-Manjiri school for the northerners. And Jonathan administration worked hard on railways projects in the country. Jonathan worked hard on agricultural transformation, ended fertilizer problem, and encouraged young Nigerians to take farming as a career, as a good job for the food production in the country. And Jonathan tried as much as possible to work closely with many agricultural organizations before he left government. And Jonathan worked hard on how Nigeria can improve the power generation under his government, and he boosted about 5,000 megawatts in 2014, and from that 2,000 megawatts that we have, or that we had in 2011, then Jonathan worked hard on Ebola when Ebola outbreak to the world, and the world focused on Nigeria, and Jonathan worked hard, and Nigeria defeated Ebola crisis, and United States also appreciate his effort that time. Under Jonathan government, he appointed 30% of his appointments went to the women. He appointed a woman, Ngozi, as a minister of finance, and Jonathan also tried his best when he was in government, and Jonathan was defeated by Muhammadu Buhari. Buhari defeated Jonathan in the general election in 2015, and Buhari came back again as Nigeria president, elected president. Muhammadu Buhari came back. This is Buhari. He came back after he has ruled in 1983 to 85 as a military head of state, and he came back as a civilian government. This is Muhammadu Buhari now. He became president in 2015, and this is 2020. Many people asked us what are the achievements of this man in the Nigerian government. Buhari's plan. Buhari worked hard. He has been looking for this position to become president more than 3 times. He failed, and God answered his prayer, and he came back. And people are looking at him with the integrity and the respect they had for him when he was a military leader in 1983, because he worked hard with Idiagbon that time. That is why many people voted for him. Nigerians voted for change, but Nigerians still need change for new ways today. It is a sad news that Nigeria has been listed among the most dangerous country across the globe today due to security challenges and economic crisis. That is why some Nigerians continue asking this question, that what are they celebrating? What are they celebrating? Buhari's plan is to tackle corruption. Corruption is the main agenda of Muhammadu Buhari. Since 2005 till today, what are the contributions Buhari against corruption in Nigeria? Buhari said he said everyone is corrupt and all looters are going to jail. When he said this, they became enemies of Muhammadu Buhari. Buhari gave a bad signal by banning deposit of foreign currency into domiciliary accounts. That was enough for free market. That was the beginning of dollar rush. Buhari came up with another outrageous policy of rationing dollar to certain sector and blocking many sector out. Buhari attempted to make 1 naira to $1. He attempted this, but he failed. Foreign investors, they took over $900 billion out of Nigerian economy within short period, and this affected everyone in Nigeria, and it affected the Nigerian economy, and that is the fact. Buhari introduced treasury single accounts. All these contributed to more problem to his government in Nigeria. Recently, presidency released about 64 achievements of President Muhammad Buhari in the agricultural sector. 2018, they listed about 64 achievements. I won't have much time to mention all the achievements, but few. The statements state that under the Buhari-led administration, Nigeria has benefited from 13.1 billion euros honeybee project. Under the Buhari-led administration, the statements stated that it has contributed about 6.46 billion naira to agricultural product exports in the fourth quarters of 2016. In the fourth quarter of 2016, frozen strips and prawns chipped in 4.4 billion naira to agricultural product exports under Muhammadu Buhari's administration. The document states that livelihood improvement family enterprises LIFE program under President Buhari will establish and operate up to 1,000 cottage industries in the country and ultimately engage about 1,995,500 youth and 997,500 women for enhanced productivities. The Ministry of Agriculture under President Muhammadu Buhari is facilitating the timely access of farmers to appropriate quality seed. President Buhari administration has approved the restructuring, recapitalizing and repositioning of the Bank of Agriculture BOA. President Buhari administration has facilitated the payment of the sum of 20 billion naira as part of the debt own agro-dealers while efforts are on fully settle the outstanding facilities. The President Buhari administration through the Ministry of Agriculture is embarking on a program of distribution of rice meal, the 10-ton per day capacity, 20 tons a day, 20 tons a day, 40 tons a day, 50 tons, and a few 100 tons. Collectively, between them, the capacity for rice milling will be close to 3,000 tons a day nationwide. That is expected to close the gap between paddy availability and mills to process it. Oríṣiríṣi àwọn nǹkan ni wọ́n kọ síbẹ̀, èyí tí ó tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ nípa àwọn achievement Buhari. I have copy as a journalist the copy of Independence Day address by His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on the occasion of Nigeria 60th Independence Anniversary, Thursday, 1st October 2020. People are asking, what do they celebrate? Àwọn ìbéèrè rèé. From the broadcast address which Buhari addressed the nation October 1st, 2020, Buhari said that many problems that Nigerians are facing have link with the past administration. That is, he inherited many problems from the past government, but people said that why Buhari always emphasized on this, that he inherited problem from previous governments. In his address, Buhari said, I quote, our founding fathers understood the imperative of structuring a national identity using the power of the state and worked towards unification of Nigerians in a politically stable and viable entity. And he said that today we grapple with multiple challenges with a population exceeding 200 million occupying the same land, mass but 52% residing in urban areas. Buhari said, in addition, institutions such as civil defense, civil service, police, the judiciary, the military, all suffered from a general decline. Buhari also said that together we can change our condition for the better, and more importantly, together we can do much more for ourselves and for our country. That is, he himself knows that Nigeria is in problem, Nigeria is in crisis. Buhari said Nigeria is not a country for Mr. President, any ruling or opposition party, but a country for all of us, and we must play our part irrespective of challenges we face, to make this country what we desire. He said to achieve this, we must focus our minds together as a people on ways of resolving the identified critical challenges that underlie our present state. This is just few nínú nǹkan tí ó sọ. Number 46, Buhari stated that in circumstances, a responsible government must face reality and take tough decisions. Petroleum price in Nigeria are to be adjusted. We sell now at 161 naira per liter. A comparison with all our neighbors will illustrate the point. Chad, which is an oil-producing country, charges 362 naira per liter. Niger, also an oil-producing country, sells 1 liter at 346 naira. In Ghana, another oil-producing country, petroleum pump price is 326 naira per liter. Egypt charges 211 per liter. Saudi Arabia charges 168 naira per liter. Buhari said it makes no sense. It makes no sense for oil to be cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí Buhari sọ rèé tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti àtàkì ẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ torí pé kì í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ tó make sense rárá. Ṣùgbọ́n mo ṣe sọ oríṣiríṣi challenges ló wà nínú ọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria. Nigeria will face many challenges. Many challenges ló wà ní Nigeria. Now Buhari ló wà ńbẹ̀ yìí. Buhari will end his administration in 2023 because he cannot come back again. Tó bá ti ṣèjọba rẹ̀ di 2023. If you follow, or if you are following me from the beginning, you will see that I have mentioned the problem of Nigeria from 1960 till date. I have mentioned what happened in Nigeria, that is Nigeria yesterday, today. Now, if we join what happened in Nigeria yesterday with what is happening today, it is very possible for us to peep into the future, what is going to happen in Nigeria. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa with a diverse culture. Nigeria continue to struggle to deliver a good democratic governance to today, since 1960. They are still struggling to deliver a good education, a good health care, a good security, since the first, second, third, and fourth republic in Nigeria. So Nigeria failed. Nigeria failed to do so. Why? Due to bad leadership and corrupt top government officials she had. Nigeria has suffered in both military and civilian governments, and Nigerians are hungry, looking for a good democratic governance which will bring food on their table. The leader who puts smile on their faces, a true leader who is ready to fight against corruption, leadership challenges, lack of transparency, violation of rule of law, unemployment, godfatherism, which is killing Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics, you must have godfather who will be like pillar behind you, dictating to you what you will do. The major challenges in the Nigerian democratic governance since 1960 to the present: the president, vice president, the governors, deputy governor, state house of assembly member, legislative in the National Assembly, House of Reps, the senators, House of Rep member, House of Assembly member, chairmen of local government, councillors, all by election, and most of the election were rigged due to the violation of Nigeria Electoral Act, and godfatherism and empowerment of hoodlums during the election also added more problem to the Nigerian election, both state and federal level. All political parties in Nigeria are dominated by ex-military leaders, religious leaders, godfatherism, fanatics. All this contributed to challenges in Nigeria. The challenges of democracy in Nigeria, the bombing and killings in Nigeria by terrorists and other religious violence. They have attacked many churches, many mosques. They have killed many innocent people. The Boko Haram has claimed a series of attacks in Nigeria. Among the problem or challenges in Nigeria is immunity clause. Immunity clause in the Nigerian constitution must be removed because this immunity clause prevents Nigerian politicians from being prosecuted. It gives more room for corruption in the government in Nigeria. Nigerians, they have lost confidence in police. Even former Inspector General of Police, Mr. Mike Okiro, made this statement in 2012 on a television program. He said that Nigerians, they have lost confidence in Nigerian police. Nigerian economy has seen a boom since the return of the civilian rule of 1999. Nigeria's GDP was around $59 billion and increased to about $375 billion in 2017. Nigeria relies on oil. 80% of total export revenue is from crude oil. The global oil price crashed in 2016 and Nigeria went into recession. So 43% of Nigerians are unemployed. 87 million of Nigerians living in poverty. Nigeria is on the list among the most dangerous countries and corrupt nation across the globe because of the top government officials, because we have seen it. The news have it on record how they have embezzled public fund to enrich themselves from 1960 till today. So corruption is part of great challenges of democracy in Nigeria, which we shall look into it later. We shall look into some of the corruption in Nigeria. What are the solutions before I come to conclusion on this program? I have mentioned many problems, and we have to think about what are the solutions. The solution I suggested through the review of what has happened in Nigeria, and also as an experienced journalist who have worked in the National Assembly and who have covered government activities for at least more than 12 years. So Nigeria is in need of true democratic governance. Nigeria is a nation where talents die every day. Nigeria is a graveyard for many innovation and invention. Professor Dauda Awwal invented lorry on November 1, 1970. His design was a unique. It's a regular motor vehicle engine designed for the military, but Nigeria military wasted his idea. Nigerian government must promote innovation and invention of the youth. The government need to support and empower the youth in Nigeria. Youth, they are suffering. Many youth has suffered and they are still suffering. Nigerian government need to help the youth. Because this youth will become leaders of tomorrow, but you have to get them prepared. Without support, without respect their talents, they can never be a good leader of tomorrow. Nigerians in diaspora also can promote national development in Nigeria. But lack of power sector, lack of security, lack of good agenda put them discouraged to remain abroad. Nigeria government needs to put more efforts and create an enabling environment to stop our youth from fleeing the country. Immunity clause in the Nigerian constitution, which prevents Nigerian politicians from being prosecuted, must be removed. Military training institutions need to be destructed to meet the modern military outfit with latest technology, military hardware, and fighting skill within the economic capacity of Nigeria. Nigeria police need modern crime fighting facilities, including appropriate communication gadgets, vehicles, forensic and detective facilities. They need more training and strength in the area of police intelligence units for timely crime detection. Electoral reform must be constituted. They have to review the electoral reform. Federal highway patrol units, airways and marine patrol also need to be reformed so that people will enjoy their service 24 hours in a day. On economy, the Nigerian economy is in danger since 1976 till present. It has affected the value of Nigerian currency. Nigeria needs to create an efficient microeconomic framework that will enhance non-inflation growth and enforce fiscal and monetary discipline. On agriculture, Nigeria needs to increase agricultural productivity to achieve self-sufficiency and security in basic food commodities. On power supply, Nigeria power generation is grossly inadequate. Nigeria national transmission is insufficient. I have produced series of video on Nigeria electricity, what Nigerian government can do. I have already released that video. Go and check our production. You will see on YouTube, you will see the problem of electricity in Nigeria, which has affected investments, because many foreign investors, they were discouraged to invest in Nigeria due to lack of stability of electricity. Nigerian government must work hard on electricity, which will add more value to the economic development. On transportation, Nigerian government needs to pay more attention to Nigeria road and expansion of waterway transportation. On communication, Nigerian government need to review the performances of all those companies operate network in Nigeria and implement more policy of facilities management and maintenance culture for the telecommunication infrastructure in Nigeria. On education, Nigerian government needs to improve quality of education for all citizens. Government needs to fund mechanism for education and improve quality of teaching. All the teaching staff through the provision of further training opportunities with adequate funds to encourage the private schools. Unemployment, government also needs to pay higher attention to create employment for the graduates in Nigeria. This will reduce poverty, because unemployment leads to poverty, and poverty leads to crime. Government must provide opportunity for the Nigerian youth and develop their full potential and stop wasting their talents. And equal opportunity also are very, very important. On sports, empowerment of sports is essential in any country across the globe. On health, healthcare is a fundamental sector for any meaningful development across the globe. Nigerian government must pay attention on healthcare and establish world-class hospital in Nigeria. To the success of Nigeria health programs like immunization, HIV, AIDS, coronavirus control, it is a shame on Nigerian government that when they have a health crisis, they are still looking for neighboring countries to help them in Africa or other country. Meanwhile, all those money that the European countries return back to Nigeria can solve the problem of healthcare, education, security. On security, government must pay higher attention on security to save the lives and property of Nigerians. If Nigerian government can emulate United Kingdom to introduce job seeker allowance, to introduce housing allowances, universal credit, this will help and reduce crime in Nigeria. They need to introduce income support, care allowance, child benefit, student allowances, community care grant, disability living allowance, funeral payments, pregnancy grant, income support, maternity allowances, pension grant. All these may help to the development of that nation. So that is my own suggestion and solution that can solve Nigerians' problem, or that can cope or reduce the problem in Nigeria, because Nigerian leaders, they have unlimited access to unlimited public fund for personal use. Nigeria has witnessed many military and civilian governments of corrupt political leaders since 1960 till date. Nigerians must stand against embezzlement and fight for true democracy. It is not good enough to be silent, and to be silent in the hand of oppressed leaders. Young people, they have been isolated from the Nigerian political system, with the largest population segment belonging to Nigeria youth. This is because they signed Not Too Young Act, May 2018 by Muhammadu Buhari, and reduced the minimum age required to run for the public office from 40 to 35 for president in Nigeria. But they know that they still need money. They still need money, because without money you cannot join Nigerian politics and succeed. And must have somebody that will be like Godfather, who will fund the campaign and all those political finances. This is a part of the problem in Nigeria. Before conclusion, kó tó di pé a lọ fún conclusion, kí ni arákùnrin yìí tó fẹ́ sọ, Sunny Adé?
United we will stand. Divided we fall. Make we make this our great nation, Nigeria. My people, if we do better, we will chop better. If we chop better, we will live better. And true, if we live better, our picking debt will live better and with better education. And everything being yam. Peace may the answer.
Jama'a samari da yan mata kasa kunere abu da zan faɗa muku wato lokaci bai kure ba za mu haɗa ne da wannan Najeriya sama na wannan Najeriya faɗi na za mu shiga na za mu je saboda
Conclusion. Nigeria has the potential, both human and material resource, which can help the problems that I have mentioned so far, and it can help to transform a good democratic governance in Nigeria. If Nigerian politicians and Nigerians generally can change their mindsets and be vigilant and appoint good leaders who will represent them in the government and stop collecting rice or money during the campaign, true democracy and security are the key for the liberation, for the development. Corruption, ethno-religious conflicts, abuse of political power, poverty, unemployment, lack of basic needs like food, water, healthcare, education, housing, unemployment, lack of good governance, kidnapping, herdsmen killings, assassination, violation of rule of law, lack of stability of electricity, Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, fanatics in the southwest are among the major challenges of democratic governance in Nigeria, and that is the fact. Either you leave it or take it. Democracy is a government of the people, by the people. It is a moral imperative which respects the rule of law. Do we have true democracy in Nigeria? Review all what I have said so far, then you will be able to answer yourself. Nigeria is a multicultural and multi-religious society comprising of nationalities, sub-nationalities and various conglomerations of people with peculiar cultural identities, social structures and traditions. The major challenge facing development in Nigeria are the issue of security and unemployment. All this leads to crime. Lack of transparency of Nigerian leaders added more problem. Corruption has been institutionalized and become part of the culture of Nigerian leaders. Nigeria has celebrated 60 years, October 1st, 2020. Nigeria independence. Even British High Commissioner has greeted Nigeria and wished them more achievements, and some other world leaders. The agitation of YAR'ADUA Republic and those people fighting for the Biafra, I have told you what the impact of the Biafra of 1967 to 1970. I personally do not believe in division. That is my own personal opinion. You are entitled to your own opinion as well, because division will create more problems to our country, and United States of America and British government may not support that division because it can never be done without them, because they know much about us than us, and they colonized us, and they know our problem and they know our solution. They know our solution and they know the challenges we are facing. They know solution to our problem. Nigeria needs a president who understands the new world we live. Nigerians, they need a president who has a detailed plan to bring opportunity and security to all Nigerians. Nigerians need a leader who will level with the Nigerian people about what he will do in different if they entrust if they entrust him with the presidency. Nigerians, they need a leader who will not rule with nepotism, tribalism. Nigerians need a good president who is ready to get Nigeria back on track because we have lost. Nigerians are hungry for a new leadership, a new good direction. Nigeria needs a leader who will solve our energy problem, road problem, security problem, education problem, unemployment problem, healthcare challenges. Nigeria needs a true Democrat who will truly fight against corruption in Nigeria. Nigeria have voted for change different time, but they still need change. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. May Almighty God continue to bless Nigeria. Nigeria is a great nation. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. May God bless our nation and continue to bless those people who have lost their lives in Nigeria. May Almighty God be with us and guide our leaders and touch our leaders. ربنا افتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين. O our Lord, decide between us and our people with truth, and you are the best among deciders. ربنا اصرف عنا عذاب جهنم إن عذابها كان غراما. Our Lord, avert from us the torments of hell, and for its torments is indeed an affliction grievous. ربنا إنك جامع الناس ليوم لا ريب فيه إن الله لا يخلف الميعاد. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. This is where we end today's program. My name remains Dr. Dauda Awwal, Al-Ilory. God bless Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. Good night.
Nigeria yìí tí gbogbo wa ní kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ, àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan, gbé kémi gbé. Torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ, àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan, gbé kémi gbé.
Ó yẹ kájọ ṣàṣàrò ló dára, ká fi inú inú ká fi kún lókun, kí Nàìjíríà ó lè tẹ̀síwájú. Ogun ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí ti tó, ká gbàgbé ìjà ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà. Haúsá, Ìgbò pẹ̀lú Yorùbá ṣe láṣàjọjì ìjà òmìnira. Òmìnira ni a tún bára wájà. Èdìrẹ́ ogun èṣù gbé kájọ gbé. Ó yẹ kájọ gbé.
dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé. Ọmọ ìyá kan náà ṣàlàyé ìjà ló dé torí òwe.
Nípa ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú wa, èyí ló kó bá gbogbo wa wà, ló kó bá ọrọ̀ ajé wa.
Lórí kó má lè jẹ́ kí ìjà máa wà, ìjà máa ti tó ká parí àdúrà.
Torí àwọn ọmọ wa tí ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn, kí máa fẹ́ sọ pé àgbélé ayé ṣe gbé kájọ gbé. Bóyá kájọ gbé. Gbé kémi gbé. Bóyá kájọ gbé. Gbé kémi gbé. Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ní. Ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. Torí kò sí òmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé.
Yes! Come, my brothers and sisters. All that you I don't care attitude no be amore. You say which one concern you? Make you think the thing well. Because Andrew will check out few days here. So make I tell you, whether you be Yoruba, Hausa or Igbo, all are the same 10 and 10 pence. Now him make we go join hands together, make we country better. No say I not tell you. What's up? Samarin Nigeria, Mutaga Nigeria, Yamata Nigeria, Mutaga Nigeria, Mumata Hanomo, Mutaga Nigeria, Nigeria, Namune, Nigeria, Namune. Make we leave Tambo. Come, make we leave Nigeria.
Nigeria, making up Africa. No place where we like our home. Oh, sweet home. Make we join and think alive. Please take a lead.
America plus Germany, France plus Britain. They shaping we know and they suffer before. Sincerity plus hard work. Now it make them the best today.
No place where we like our home. Oh, sweet home. Make we join and think alike. Please take a lead. Nigeria tó rò mímímí. Ohun tó bàjẹ́ tún lè látún ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. The way forward na him be this. Make we work for better Nigeria. Whatever we sow, na him we go reap. Make we work for better Nigeria.
I beg you live good in the spirit of brotherhood. Spirit away, oh ye spirit of segregation. Move away, oh ye spirit of nepotism. I beg you, please listen to me.
Unity we go stand. Divided we fall. Make we make this our great nation Nigeria great. My people, if we do better, we will chop better. If we chop better, we will live better. And true, if we live better, our picking them will live better.